Soundstripe. Soundstripe. Soundstripe.
So it is about that time, y'all. What's going on, everyone? It's your boy Greg Williams and
Amy Forsyth.
Amy. I keep telling you, girl, you better sprinkle some of that zone on your name. Let's try that one more time. Once again, what's going on, everybody? It's your boy Greg Williams and
Amy Forsyth.
She said it like Bruce Butler. She was like, Amy Forsyth. See, that's the way you gotta do it. You gotta put some respect on your name. But what's going on, everybody? Welcome to the Military Influencer Conference. We are here on the parade deck, paradedeck.com. What you can do right now is, before we go any further, is you can share it across all platforms, YouTube, LinkedIn, Facebook. Share it, because this is going to be the most lit show that you see today. Yesterday was fire, but this is going to be even more lit. Right, Amy?
That's right. We've got a tremendous lineup. Day 2, we're here in Atlanta, but you can watch from anywhere in the world, really. We are streaming live. We're on the parade deck. We're at the Military Influencer Conference, and the 5 pillars of the conference really are to 5 I's: inspiration, innovation, influence, inclusivity, and impact. And everyone here who's attending, 2,000 people, are here because they're dedicated to make an impact in the veteran and the military communities.
And I'm going to say it once again. I don't know why y'all put me with Amy. This is ridiculousness. Amy got all these fans. Greg ain't got no friends. But it's okay. We gon' fix that today.
Yes.
But just to give him a little bit side dish, we're gonna start out hot and heavy with Amy. You gonna have Susie here. Susie's in the house. And she was like, Greg, you better curtsy. So if Greg's knees go bad and I fall off this stage, it's all Susie's fault. But then after that, we're gonna have, listen, we got Kagan coming. We got Selena. We got Terrence Hayes with Rico Player in the house. Sean Alcazar. I'm going to just shut up right now, because you know what? You can see the whole agenda on paradedeck.com. Go download that.
Yeah, let me tell you, too, Tiffany Orner, she's with IGY6. She's the founder and CEO. Riley, Rayleigh, and Rebecca. These ladies are blowing it out of the water. They're crushing it on social media, so we're excited to have them. And then Sean Welsh, he's the CEO of the Vet SOS.
Now, you know what's happening before Sean comes to the stage? I'm doing a little shameless plug. At 2:30 p.m., your boy is taking over. I've got NBA veteran Joe Smith in the house, okay? So if you want to hear some tales, his first rookie game, he got punched in the mouth by Hakeem the Dream Olajuwon. So that's how we're starting the show. We're going to talk about playing against LeBron, talk about playing against Kobe. He's going to be doing some autographs and all this. Oh, it's going to be good today. It's going to be good, real good. And then we got some more stuff sprinkled throughout the day.
It's really amazing. Everybody here is, the energy is amazing. And
I know.
We
was in the gym, and then she just had to leave the gym because I think I was making a lot of stuff. I was doing lats. And he was like, I'm going to go for a run, Greg. I was like, all right, go run, Amy. Protein.
It was good. It was a good session, and we're going to see people throughout the day and just really dive in. We're going to do a deep dive. First, though, we're going to kick things off with getting your book published.
Oh, wait, before you start.
Yeah.
You making me... You were supposed to, okay, let's go down the list of all our collaborative partners. Yes.
Yep.
TikTok. Shout out to TikTok. Okay, shout out to USCCA. We see you down there. Yes. United States Concealed Carry Association. Big shout out to the Military Influencer Conference, of course. And then Vetix. I'm not going to forget Steve. Where's Steve at? If Justin Timberlake is going to be in New York next week, so I'm wagering all my coins to go see Justin Timberlake. All right? So, right now, without further ado, I'm going to go talk to Steve to try to win that contest, because Justin Timberlake tickets for free $99 in New York City, you know that's a deal. But let me introduce Amy Forsyth, and you take it away, because I'm going to leave, because I got a curtsy right now. Come on, Susie. We're going to see how my knees, oh my goodness. Welcome. Nope, that's as far as I go.
You almost had it.
Thank you, Greg Williams. Thank you so much. And welcome, Susie Schaefer. Thank you so much for being here. It's wonderful to see you. We're coming from California, but we're here in Atlanta. And everyone here has signed up for this session. I just want to propose something to you. Imagine 1 year from now at the next Military Influencer Conference, in Atlanta. I've been told it's going to be here again, that you're going to take the stage here either at the parade deck or another breakout session. We're going to do a book signing together, and you are going to be launching your book. Imagine that. That's why you're here, right? You want to know, what are the secrets? How do you get started? And we've got some great tips to share and some great advice. And so thank you so much for joining me, Susie Schaefer.
Amy, thanks so much for having me here
Yeah.
today. This is a very, very exciting conference, and I'm really super excited to support all of our veterans. So thanks for showing up today.
Certified publisher.
And I had an opportunity to learn the publishing industry, and I jumped at it. And I found that when I started learning about the industry, it made sense to me to support veterans. And as I launched my own business after going through my own education on the publishing industry, and then I worked with Amy, and I said, this is like my calling. This is a foundational piece of my business to support veterans and help them get their stories out into the world.
And you did just that. We connected. We live nearby, but we did a lot of conferencing. But she helped me get a vision, and really narrow down my topic, my title, the book itself, and help put me in touch with other collaborative people. And so that's what I really needed in order to bring it to vision and execute on my real goal, was to put this book in the hands of Gold Star families and fellow Marines. I'm going to just go light on you today. I want 3 things I want you to consider before writing a book. These are the things that really stuck out to me. And I published my book about 2.5 years ago. So I'm still on this journey of promoting it. But I do want to share with you, if you have an interest in writing a book, you do need to get clarity on your story. I didn't really know exactly if this book was about me or was it about one person in particular. But Susie helped me with book visioning. Can you talk about how important that is?
Yeah, so when you have a topic or something that you want to write about, it's really important to be able to flush that out. We're taught a lot of times in school to create an outline and then work from there. When I work with my authors, what I do is I reverse engineer the process. So it's really getting you out of your head space and getting you into your heart space to really write from an authentic perspective. So book visioning is really important, and you want to look at the end goal in mind and then work your way backwards. So that's one of the things I work with on my authors.
Because it could cost you money and valuable time if you go down one path and think, well, that really wasn't where I wanted to be, and I don't really want to execute on that. I want to go a different direction. And so get clarity on your story. Plus, discover your purpose for writing a book. You really have to have a good discussion with yourself. What do I want to get out of the purpose for writing a book? And there are many reasons what can happen. And writing a book has exceeded all of my expectations. I didn't really have an end state and goal other than just to write the book, share the stories, share the courage of our Marines on Camp Pendleton. But it's exceeded my expectations in terms of when you put the word author behind your name, something magical happens. I got invited to go to special events. People invited me to come speak. And you can leverage your book for a talk or something else. And so why that's so important is if you want to make a greater impact, and everyone in here is already making such a great impact, but to elevate and position yourself for even greater impact. And we need, everyone in this room has a book in them. I know it. Everyone here can write a book. I assure you, it's not just for, readers. Even I managed to do it. So discover your purpose and get clarity. I would say be prepared to, that's BPT. Write, edit, publish, and then the fourth element of it for greater success is promoting your book. And for me, that was really uncomfortable because I've never sold really anything. I was a Marine, I was a photographer. I didn't have to worry about selling anything. So can you talk about how that crucial element, that fourth phase of bringing this to market?
Yeah, that's actually a really good thing to think about when you're even in the initial stages of preparing for your book is how am I going to market this? And honestly, Amy has learned this, that you've got to have a team. You've got to have a team to help you through all these steps. You've got to and manage the team for you, especially on the back end when you're talking about marketing and promoting book. You can't do it alone. It's a big ask. So you make sure that you've got the people in place and that you have a plan and that plan works with whatever your end goal is.
And for those of us who work full time as well, this is all coming weekends and spare time for me anyway. And so getting a good outline and a team to help you is essential. So the question everyone wants to know, and it is the number one question I get asked from veterans and mil spouses and military members, how did you write your book? What was your process? Did you self-publish it or did you pitch it to Simon & Schuster? No, I didn't do that. So I'm going to talk about the pros and cons to self-publishing. But Susie, talk about the types of publishing out there that are available to people.
Yeah, so publishing has come a long way over the years, and I can remember when ebooks started to become popular, and people are thinking, "Oh, the publishing industry is going away," but obviously that hasn't happened, and quite honestly, it's expanded tremendously. So there's really three types of publishing that you can engage in. Traditional publishing is, for example, like we saw Jack Carr this week. He is with Simon & Schuster, which is a traditional publisher. You pitch your book, and then you get picked up to be published. Hybrid publishing is a combination of a little bit like traditional, but also independent publishing or self-publishing, where you use the imprint or the publishing company name from that hybrid. They will do a royalty share, but still you kind of keep your rights, your copyrights. Now, independent publishing is completely different. You have a team that works with you. You pay for that out of pocket with a return on your investment through doing speaking and different types of events and engagements. But you keep all the control. You keep all your rights and royalties. And so in order to get yourself noticed by traditional publishers, one of the best ways that you can get started is to publish independently.
And that's where I was. I didn't even go down the road. So when I came and I had my book vision, I want to create a book with pictures and stories about Marines on Camp Pendleton. It's not a wide audience. It's very narrow and it's very deep. However, there's tens of thousands of Marines who were stationed on Camp Pendleton and family members and served there. And so I knew I kind of had a very deep audience. And so I didn't even waste my time trying to pitch it to any kind of imprint or any publisher whatsoever. Because once I got on the Google machine, I realized there are printers out there who will print my book for me. That's the bottom line. So why would I do that? I get to keep 100% of my margins. But here are the pros and cons, really. So you control your content, your timeline, and your own marketing. I love that because I want to control that. I don't want a publisher to tell me when I have to do something, or they tell me what the title is and I have to show up here and do this media engagement or whatever the contractual elements are to a book publishing deal. It saves time and energy for pitching publishers. That I've seen colleagues who have pitched their book idea only to be denied 150 times. So why would you continue doing that and spend your time doing that? It's not worth it in my mind. Just move out, execute on your vision, publish it, and go from there. Keeping 100% of my margins is really also very nice, because if you work with a traditional publisher, they're going to take their cut. And I guarantee you, and I promise you, that nobody is getting rich writing a book. Nobody, not even Jack Carr, okay? But it is a tool to leverage for other things like speaking. The money is in the speaking engagements when you're talking $5,000, $10,000, $15,000 for one speaking engagement, or to leverage your position for another position. So keep that in mind. It's just simply a tool. It's therapeutic. There are other reasons too that people write books. But the cons to self-publishing or doing a hybrid, you have to source and hire separately. And so that can be a juggling act sometimes when you've got a layout and design team, an editor, a graphic designer, someone on the business end. So managing all of these entities can be a little bit confusing and daunting.
But if you have a team and you've got someone to manage that team for you, that takes the pressure off of you, and it also frees up your time. So if you are a busy entrepreneur and you're thinking, I know I need a book, but I don't have the time to do it, this is where a publishing consultant or someone, a project manager, can come in and manage that team for you so that you're not dealing with the back and forth on emails and some of the decisions.
And that's where, when I connected with Susie and she told me what her services were, I thought that's perfect fit for me, because you can help me with the visioning and move this forward and work with my team, my editor, my layout design, my graphic design, and keep me on timeline so I can get it over the finish line at the time that we wanted. And so also, not one person has ever approached me and said, well, who's your imprint? Who published your book for you? Never, not one person. So it wouldn't matter if it was Simon & Schuster or Two Palms Media Group that I created my own imprint. So I don't want that to be a factor for you if you're not sure, because that is never an issue.
You know, and that's a really good point too. It's one of the first questions when we get going with an author that we ask that question, how do you want to publish? What's your imprint? And usually what we do is we look at, do you have an LLC? And can we create a DBA under that LLC so that everything is covered under that umbrella? And it makes sense, because if you're an entrepreneur where you want to use the LLC as your imprint, you can do that, but you can also create a media side to your LLC. And it makes sense, because what we're really doing is we're creating a little bit of a smokescreen, so it looks like you've been picked up by an independent press, but truly you're independently publishing, self-publishing, and keeping all your rights and royalties.
I love that. Thank you. And then Another con is it might be just slightly harder to get into retail and bookstores, but definitely not a showstopper. I'm in retail. I work with my local people around Camp Pendleton, and they're happy to carry the book. And you can order the book on Amazon, of course, and Barnes & Noble. And I've done book signings in Barnes & Noble. But carrying the book just may be a little bit more challenging. So just have to figure out what's right for you.
And Amy and we are going to be speaking tomorrow too, is correct?
That's right. We'll have another session tomorrow morning.
So we've talked a little bit about this. We'd really like to delve into this retail and bookstores topic tomorrow. So if you want to come join us, we will be talking specifically about that, about how to get your book in front of bookstores and libraries and how it works with book buyers, all those kinds of things. So we'll actually pin that for tomorrow if you have an interest in that topic.
Definitely. And some of the biggest success stories for me personally is getting into libraries. So the library at the Joint Special Operations University Library, my alma mater library, Cal State San Marcos, University of San Diego Library, the Defense Information School Library. So getting your book into libraries is really, important. Bookstores is great too, but getting your book into a library to provide for other folks to see. So what is print on demand, and how can you use this to your benefit? Print on demand, here are just a couple of companies, BookBaby and Ingram Spark. Has anybody ever heard of these companies? Okay, vaguely familiar with them. Can you talk to those
Sure,
two?
and the most famous is KDP, which is Kindle Direct Publishing, which is Amazon's arm of print on demand. So while you definitely want to be publishing on Amazon, KDP, book buyers don't buy from there. So you need to make sure that you're in places like BookBaby and or Ingram Spark because that's where book buyers buy. Now, we did Amy's book through BookBaby, and the reason that we chose to go with that service was because she wanted the high gloss pages, and it really has an incredible impact on the photography in her book, whereas Ingram Spark didn't offer that. But BookBaby does have the distribution to make sure that you're eligible for bookstores, libraries, and any book buyers.
And I learned that a little bit the hard way because we ran a test run through Ingram Spark, the book, and the pages weren't gloss. And so I felt it, I saw it, I said, it's just not really what I want. So we went over to BookBaby, and I wouldn't have known that had we not done a test run. So just some things to consider when what you're looking for in your book. How do you want it to be presented? And bestseller campaigns, you really helped me with this. The bestseller campaigns, I want to show you an example. So when you launch a bestseller campaign on day one, when it goes live, my book went to #1 on Amazon, and that's right, Amazon bestseller. And then it also went to #1 in different categories. You really can't see that, but we screen grabbed it here, and that is the photojournalism, biographies of the Iraq War, and then the roadside travel. It didn't even occur to me that the book about a large major base in Southern California would be of interest in the travel section. So some things that can help you is that when you work with a publishing consultant, they can help with your bestseller campaigns.
Yeah, I can remember when we were talking about the different categories and where to place Amy's book. And there's a whole process that we use to actually figure out what are those categories. But when I saw travel and we were setting up her bestseller campaign and I saw travel, I said, oh, that's going to be a good one because we're really using the algorithms that Amazon provides, and then we're also positioning your book correctly. So that positioning is what keeps your rankings high, keeps you in bestseller, which is anything under 100, but also, more people are going to find you. If you're doing search results, you don't want to be on page 255 of those search results. You want to be on pages 1 through 10 of those search results, and your rankings affects that. So it's really important that the bestseller campaign, it's awesome to become a bestseller, but really it's about positioning your book so people can find you.
And I didn't know any of this, okay? So I knew nothing about how all this worked. So when I started learning, it was just a valuable lesson for me in education, and I want people as possible to position you for when you want to write your book, so you can have a greater impact in your networks. And really, that's the goal. So I'm going to run through these. We're going to wrap up here in a few minutes. Strategies, leveraging your expertise and your passion. You've got to find out what your expertise and your passion is. Find your niche. Is it wide or is it narrow? And there's are in the niches. Riches are in the niches. That's really where it's at. Really find your niche. Invest in professional photos. I'm always the one behind the camera taking the pictures. I didn't really have any professional, proper headshot. I can't tell you how things changed for me once I actually got a good photo. I could put that in the book and then use it for media engagement and things like that. So it's just an investment to consider.
And it really is part of your brand marketing. I mean, and you'll see this when she shows another image of Amy in different places where you see the same headshots. It is part of your branding. So you want to make sure that that brand is consistent.
It is. That's so important. Learn how to design graphics just ever so slightly, just a little bit. If you need to put together a quick one-pager of you with your book cover, just a little bit of graphic design. Become a PR pro. Be relentless about your own PR and your media engagement. Also be willing for pro bono and gigs, speaking really where you can sell your books when you offer and say, I'll come speak to your group. I know I'm going to sell books, and that's how been my strategy. Build collaborations and partnerships and creating your signature talk. So what surprised me most is that people actually wanted to buy the book, but they invited me to come speak at their events or to their groups, and I'd better have something to say about the book. So I had to create a signature talk and talking about the history of Camp Pendleton, but my service journey and information that they haven't heard before. So what is it that you're going to deliver and execute on that they haven't heard before, and provide that? And then people line up throwing money at me to buy the book. So that was like the biggest surprise, is being ready for a speaking engagement.
Yeah, and one of the other things that you need to consider is that you use your book as a negotiating tool to get those speaking engagements. So for example, say a company or an organization doesn't have a budget to hire speakers. However, they may have a marketing budget to where they can pay for books. So you could say, okay, I will speak for free if you buy 500 books, right? So it is a negotiating tool, and you want to make sure that you're using that when you're doing speaking engagements.
Absolutely. A couple tactics, just to, you know this, but it's worth repeating. Social media, graphic design for speaking engagements. A speaking coach, if you're uncomfortable speaking in public, might be a good push to you to get your signature talk dialed in, and there's people out there who can really help you with that, so that you might land a TEDx or you might land another big speaking engagement. But if you have a book and you want to sell it, those are just go hand in hand together, because you can put a book on Amazon and then people say, well, no one bought my book. It's a whole ecosystem of products and engagement.
And if you're working with someone who is helping you with your book, like a publishing consultant or a project manager, ask for connections to these people, because they usually have a huge Rolodex. I know that's an old school term, but they have a huge network of knowing who to talk to for media engagement and speaking engagements, those types of things.
And I just wanted to give you an example of some of the organizations that have reached out to me for a speaking engagement. Probably the most fun event was the Adventurers Club of Los Angeles, and these guys, you know, they trek Mount Kilimanjaro and they go into the Antarctic, but they invited me to talk about my photography in Iraq and Afghanistan. Academic in Aerospace, Marines Memorial in San Francisco. So I assure you there are plenty of organizations that are always looking for speakers. Same on the media engagement. These are some of the media engagements that have picked up a story about the book, and they have, as an editor myself at one time, I have to fill time and space on a newspaper or in a TV show or a radio show. So don't be shy when you go to publish and market your book and promote your book. Just as an example, just to show you that it's out there. Some of the tools, my favorite tools, Medium. if you're going to write, you might want to start just writing short articles. Then you collect some feedback and metrics, and then you can collect and put these together, formulating your book. Bitly, Canva, Notes on Apple, and of course Square. Anybody here familiar with Square? Square, okay, it's a point of sale feature. I had got an account, and then my link tree is very helpful. Okay, so here are a couple examples of media that have picked up a story about different veterans groups, magazines, newspapers, podcasts. They get invited to talk about crisis communications or partner with other authors, with other veteran authors. So that's where the collaborations come in. Hey, let's do an author talk together. Let's do something. Let's collaborate. Let's do a podcast or something together. And then this was my book launch here, and you can Susie's up there, and we had a big group in Oceanside Library, so it was really fun, just planning and preparing for that launch. That was a great event. This is my setup, so you can see I've got kind of a setup, so you want to consider a banner and some things that you can do to put together your presentation as a whole. Here I am at a book fair in Oceanside. Good, just doing talks, and this is my niche, right? We've got Women Marine Conference convention in Las Vegas, and I just love these women because they were so supportive and they all wanted a book, and so that's the niche that I'm going for. And of course, it doesn't hurt when the commandants of the Marine Corps also get a copy of the book here, and one more little quick story, one story here. Something that really touched me. This was in the book, but you may have heard the name Doug Zembiak, Major Doug Zembiak, a Marine who was killed in Iraq. These are all people from Camp Pendleton that were included in the book, and of course our dear Megan McClung here, but other Marines that I knew, served with, or came from Camp Pendleton.
And I just want to make a note about this. So we were almost finished with production on Amy's book when she said, you know, I need to dedicate a page to the fallen heroes of Camp Pendleton specifically with this. And so she said, can we do this? And I said, of course we can do this. We're independently publishing. We can do anything we want to. Sky's the limit, right? So we actually did it. We actually added this in at the last minute.
Yeah, and it really changed everything. It was a year later when Doug Zembiak's parents came to Camp Pendleton. I talked to the organizer of their event, their retreat. I said, can I come? I'd love to present them with a book. It has their son, Doug, in there, and they were so grateful. And so those are some of the things that will fulfill you when you write the book, when your story becomes someone else's survival guide, and then you can connect with people, and they do a signed copy of the book for them. It means a lot to the families or whoever you're reaching. And one last shout out before we head out. This was from 2006. I don't know if he's still here. Rico Player, if you don't know him, you can raise his hand here. I just want to say thank you so much for being somebody I could bounce ideas off, and you know the origin started maybe 20 years ago for you. My biggest regret is that I didn't keep a journal with notes. So if you start now, journal, you can create the content. But this is just one of my favorite pictures and teams that I ever worked with. It was a sad, very long, difficult year, but from that came a lot of great ideas and motivation and connections with this family here. So, who's ready to publish a book? Yes! Okay. All right. Good. We're going to be here tomorrow morning, and we can maybe have more time to talk question and answers and go through this, and we'll be here all day. I'm going to do a book signing later this afternoon in the marketplace area. So thank you so much for coming, and we'll be looking for you next year here when you're launching your book and doing book signings. Thank you.
Thanks for having me, Amy.
Yeah, thank you, Susie. It's great to have you. Thank you. Okay.
Bill with the 24-hour critical response team. What's your emergency?
Hi, this is Greg Price, and I am a USCCA member, and I just had to use force to defend myself and my family from an intruder.
Greg, are you and your family safe?
Yes, we're safe. I followed the training.
Have you called the police yet?
Yes, I followed the instructions on my member card.
Very good. Greg, I'm going to set you up with an attorney who's going to meet you down at the station and walk you through the entire interrogation.
Go to uscca.com/safe and get educated, trained, and insured.
All right, all right, all right. It's your boy Greg Williams. You just learned how to publish a book. So I'm telling you right now, Amy and Susie just gave you some gospel. All right. If you did not listen and take notes, what you can do is go back, paradedeck.com, YouTube, go back, Facebook, whatever you're on right now, and just rerun it and take down notes, okay? I know you want to publish your book. I know you just learned how to write your book. But you know what? It ain't nothing until you do it. And Susie and Amy just gave you the tips on how to do it. Paradedeck.com. Want to give a shout out one more time to TikTok, one of our collaborative partners. Give a shout out to VetTix, one of our collaborative partners. USCCA, one of our collaborative sponsors. And the Military Influencer Conference. Listen, it has been so awesome. It has been lit. Hey, you. Hey, come. Hello. Hello. You. Come here. Come here. I'm going to show y'all something right now. Come here. Come here. I'm going to give you some shine right now for like 10 seconds, okay? Because you just sat in the class. What's your name? Where you from?
My name is Camille Thomas, and I'm from Warner Robins, Georgia.
All right, now, listen, Georgia on my mind. You just sat through Amy and Susie's class. What did you take away from it? One thing now. You got 10 seconds.
All right. Everybody has a story, and it's not as hard as you think it is if you have the right people in front of you that will give you the tools that you need to be successful in the book writing business. So. And
you coming back at 2:30 p.m. because I got NBA veteran Joe Smith, right? Right? Right?
I'll be here.
Ooh, I wanted the neck roll. I wanted all that. So right now we are going to throw to Anna and Selena. They're going to talk about entrepreneurship. We're going to talk about the dollar bills, y'all. Anna, Selena, take it away.
Are we on? Can you hear us?
We're on.
Hi. Hey, guys. Thank you so much for being here today. The first question before we get started is we wanted to ask, for our military spouses, do you feel supported by your spouse? And if you do, just raise your hand real quick. Oh, I see 1, 2, 3.
Yeah, 4,
If you're a
5, love it.
veteran, do you support your entrepreneurial spouse? Right? Okay. So we decided today was going to be that day that we brought the people that have supported us. They have retired out, and we said, let's have a conversation with the crowd. So without further ado, so let's take it away.
Thank you so much for coming today. We are so excited to be here. I am Anna Larson, and Selena and I co-host the 15-ish minute coffee chat. Now, we say 15-ish minutes because we are not good. It never lasts just 15 minutes. We love to chat. We love having coffee chats with people. We love bringing information and value to small business owners and entrepreneurs. So we're excited to be here today at MIC on Parade Deck talking about how a military family can go from active duty to entrepreneurship and what that looks like when it's the military spouse wants to be the business owner, wants to take over all of those extra duties and responsibilities that we no longer do anymore. So just to introduce myself just a little bit, again, Anna Larson. I own a small business marketing company as well as work jointly with Selena as digital marketers. And then I also run MilSpouse Transition, which is focused on military families transitioning out of active duty into the civilian world.
And as best friends do, you just follow suit. So whatever Anna does, I do, and whatever I've done, Anna does. So if you have a partner like that, you understand. It's funny. I just want to point out this is why we've partnered the digital version of our partnership, and Anna is like the paper partnership of what we do, and it really works. So I love her so much, you know what I mean? So I'm Selena. I'm the tech side of what we do. I build WordPress websites. I love it, and I love marketing. I love strategizing with anybody that wants to sit down. I've did it a couple times today. This trip in MIC, and it's been fantastic. I just want people to succeed because I think John Stewart his talk yesterday, right? Passionate. They are driven. They want to do what they want to do. And so I was like, that is so true. So I think that's why we love marketing. We get excited. You know, some people are like, let's go shopping. And I'm like, let's talk about how to market your business. You know, so yeah. But look, I'm going to also do something. I brought my husband, Paul. He's the quiet partnership of us. So we may talk together, but he is a retired 24-year
Master Sergeant.
Yeah, that thing. That I'm horrible. We met later in his career, and so he has been a fantastic support from the very beginning of what I've come into. So I'll let you introduce John, or John will introduce himself.
I'm John Larson. I'm a retired Army warrant officer and military intelligence professional, and I have a small publishing imprint called Old Gator Games, and I'm a third-party publisher for role-playing games like Dungeons and Dragons and stuff like that. Oh yeah, super nerdy.
This might be the John Larson show in like 5 minutes. I have a feeling. I didn't. My husband's name is Paul Conmackey. So sorry, babe. Sorry. So okay, we're gonna dive into the first set of questions. So, oh, that's me. Sorry, on our thing. Okay, so we have to start this conversation by talking about transition. And who's transitioned out of the military here? Okay, so yeah. So John, you weren't there to witness it, but Anna had a very library card moment during her transition. Can you talk about what that moment meant for the future for you and your family?
Yeah, so when I transitioned out, it was during COVID. Had something, you know, that being kind of like a normal transition opportunity, and I wasn't allowed to come to a lot of the sessions with me. Also, when you're in the Army, you do the checklist, get out as fast as you can sort of thing. So my focus was finishing the checklist to get my DD-214. And then the last thing was I didn't know that Anna didn't have the information that she needed in order to have her transition experience be good. So on the day I picked up my DD-214, she looked at her ID card that she had to turn in and she started bawling, "Can I still use the on-post library?" And it was, at that moment, that was the most important thing for her. I think for me, getting out during that time frame with those kind of like that perfect storm of crazy stuff, I just didn't know what I didn't know. And I think that was the biggest challenge for us.
And like, was it awkward where you're like, it's going to be okay?
No, to be honest, when Anna was on an earlier show, she said, "I've a lot of resentment and a lot of anger at this moment." And I was in the back thinking to myself, I did not know that. That was 3 years ago. Yeah. And so we probably have a lot to talk about on the plane ride home, I'm guessing. But yeah, I would say it probably situation.
Oh, yes.
Okay, so we're going to turn the focus to Paul for just a minute. He's very excited about this. I'm just going to tell you that. So, Paul, now transitioning families rarely have a smooth process. We've learned that just in meeting so many other military families that have transitioned or are in the process currently. So while I had my library card moment that John so eloquently expressed as falling apart and bawling, I wanted to know, you were deployed for how she got out of the military. How did that affect your family and your ability to have a smooth transition?
Well, I was forward deployed UCOM right when I retired. Came back. We were staying at home station, so
what he was saying was, we didn't know he was going to leave, and he went to Germany, and I remember getting a phone call, and he goes, "I'm going to Germany." And I was like, "No, you're not. You're going down to that other thing, and we're going to do the retirement part for a year." And he's like, "It's the mission. It's just what I got to do." And I'm like, "Wait, you're leaving? Like, you're not even, like, I can't even drive to you." And, but I think as all military families do, you just have to make it work, and it doesn't matter what it is, right? It could be a PCS, it could be a birthday, it could be an anniversary, it could be retirement and trying to get ready. And so
I think one of the main points here is like Paul's attitude or his expectation was, I just do what I'm going to do because I'm still a service member, right? I still have a mission.
months before my family has the most disruptive life change that they're ever going to experience, I'm still going to deploy. And that happens so frequently to military families, and we just go with the flow. What it doesn't do, though, is it doesn't allow us to stop and build this long-winded plan of dreams and desires like, hey, guess what? We're starting a business, right? We're going to be entrepreneurs together. And it really puts the family in a bind when it comes to feeling that support that you need when you are a small business owner.
I will say, like, it's been so fun to have our husbands, like, while they're active duty and retirement, how they've through all of the endeavors we do as entrepreneurs. I want to point out John. He is like the best hype guy you could imagine. One of our favorite guests he got on the show was Miss America 2020. So he just shows up and goes, "I got you a gig. Miss America's coming on your little podcast, and are you all ready?" And I was like, "What?" She said yes. And he's like, "Yeah, no biggie." Like, you know what I mean? So, but I love that he supports us in that way. And my husband is just like, he just cheerleads me on. And I couldn't have like asked for a better partner to say, do you, no hesitation, like whatever you need. I'm not going to talk. So this was a big deal that I got him on stage here. So, but I like, and I hope that for everybody, like whether it is a spouse or just a partner or a best friend that can support you like that, kudos to you guys, seriously. So,
yay.
Sorry, I went rogue. Anna might be like, girl.
That's why
That's why
it's a
the ish comes
15-ish
in,
minute
guys,
happy
to our
chat.
show.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I think it's my turn to ask an actual question that we put together. So, okay, John, I love that each family has given space to the other person, which we kind of did. I kind of went with the flow. But I know from experience it hasn't come without having to ride the struggle bus. So what are some of the biggest challenges you have faced?
Yeah, so we spend a lot of time together.
A lot of time, because guess who gets the call?
Is there more to that? Yeah. So, when you're in the military, or even if you have a 9-to-5 job, sometimes you spend a lot of time. When I retired. Yeah. And so she works from home. Automatic, like, hey, yeah, sorry, I got to deploy for thing to save relationships sometimes. So, I think that's probably it. To be honest, I think that just getting used to being with each other all the time, and we are in love, and we have a great relationship, and we are best friends. Yes. But come on.
She's my best friend. I think we established this. It's really funny you say that, because we have another one in our group. We actually are 5 minutes away from each other. We have an Anna and Selena plan that involves our family if we ever move. But we have another friend that they're retiring, and I said, so can I send Paul over to hang out with your husband, so I can just have a moment in the house? He's like, why would I go over there? This is my house. And I was like, right?
Right.
Yeah. So, yeah.
I'm going to steal the mic because, listen, all right, so we do spend a lot of time together. We are in love. It is very nice. Thank you.
Oh, I thought she was talking about us.
No, also that. We also spend a lot of time together. To tell you, so Selena, when I call Selena and I'm like, what are you all doing right now? The answer is frequently, he's vacuuming. She's like, he loves to vacuum. Who knew, right? He loves to vacuum. So, Paul, my question for you right now is about balancing that change in your work life, right? I mean, you also retired, and so you love to vacuum. We know that now. I've established that. But tell me about balancing the work-life load, because it's very different now from when you were active duty.
It's a little different, but I manage. Yeah.
So what Paul is saying is, no, I was honestly like, when you have a veteran and you do work from home, you see a lot of what they go through during that change. And I remember telling Anna, I'm worried he's like napping quite a lot, and he's vacuuming a lot, like in the same area. And but I said it's a shift, and I realized like I wasn't focusing sometimes on the business because I was worried that he felt bored, or because there's so much structure. I mean, somebody mentioned it. Even getting up and putting on a uniform, that is part of the routine, and now it's like I don't know. I'll just wear this again.
Shorts, t-shirt,
Yeah.
flip-flops.
I don't. You know what? The Larsons know. Con Mackey's it's a no t-shirt kind of house. For this guy, he's like, I don't need to do anything but shorts, right?
Right, pretty much, yeah.
Right. So, but I think that was part of an interesting shift for both of us, just seeing how we were going to navigate the house because I have a home office, and him like, so are we making lunch today? Are we going to lunch? Do you want to go out? And I'm like, I'm working still, like hardcore. 9 to 9. I don't know. If you're an entrepreneur, you never shut off, right?
Right, and that is part of the challenge, right? As an entrepreneur, when you do have a retired spouse, is like figuring out what that work-life balance is going to look like. Yeah. Jump to vacuum, unfortunately. He does not love to.
I like to cook.
He does.
Yes.
He does all of the cooking at our house, which was a great responsibility shift for us. And so in that way, we're still 3 years out, still navigating that change. Like who does what might be some things, I don't know, but controlling. But it's also very difficult to give up the control that we've held for sometimes decades and say, I'm going to just let you do this your way when it's not our way and it's not the way we've always done it. And so finding that balance as an entrepreneur is going to be so important, to be able to focus on your business and to allow that supportive member to take on some of those responsibilities, because burnout is real.
And I think it's important, like, have the conversation with your spouse, right? Say, hey, you're home. What is our expectation? Like, what is it that your role in this house during my work hours, what is that going to look like? Or you have to say to him or her, right? This is what it's going to be. I don't make lunch, but if you want to make yourself lunch, you can. But I will tell you, we had a daughter still, and so he was like, he turned into okay, I'm going to pick her kid up, or I got to chauffeur her around, all the things. And so I think conversating is like the most important thing that you have to have, because you're running your business, and I hate saying it's not a disruption, but it's a distraction. And so you have to kind of figure out how to make it work, right? So, okay, Anna and John, your family never stops going. The joke between Anna and I, she's like, oh, so I have time this weekend, I'll do this. And I'm like, no, you're not. Anyway, so, okay, what about balancing family life and the entrepreneur? Like, how do you make that all work?
I'll answer this. So the greatest thing is we have a lot of shared interests, right? So we're involved with our scouts. We both like to be educational. We like to have fun and goof off. So it's super beneficial. And I know this might come up later, but I'm so proud of Anna and how hard she works. It's really easy for me to be supportive. And to be honest, like I said, I'm a vetrepreneur. I have my own business. I am, you know how they say, be your own boss. You also, if that's the case, you have to be your own employee. I stink as an employee. So it's much easier to help her be successful than to try to do it myself. So that's what makes it easy.
Wow, that plane ride's going to be great on the way back.
The only thing that I would add to that is the busy never stops. And so having realistic expectations of each other is really going to be important. And that communication piece comes in again. So sometimes I feel like, hey, he should know this. It's on the calendar, because that's how I live my life, is through my calendar. He does not live his life through the calendar. He likes to ask me, hey, what's going on today? And I say, look at the calendar, right? But I think that it's okay to be able to stop and take a minute and have those conversations. Here, look, I'm telling myself this is my part on the airplane ride home. We're going to stop and start having better conversations about that work-life balance and who's going to be handling what, so that there isn't that disruption to the entrepreneurial flow, the work that needs to happen, the to-do tasks that need to be done, and the joy that we want to maintain as small business owners in what we're doing.
I love that answer. And I want to point out too, is I realize people's way they express their prideness in you is different, right? So how John expresses is different how Paul does, but I think it's how they make you feel, like, as a spouse. And I've never felt so, like, this man here has always like just said, I am so proud of you. Like, it's not, you know, it's not, he's not going to run screaming with the flag, right? Because that's not it's my personality, but not my husband's. But I feel it, and I think that's all that matters, right? Is that you feel really appreciated by your spouse, and I think you are a big reason why I've been able to come here. You're a big reason, you know, that Anna has been able to do a lot of things, because you've picked up homework, you've picked up scouting duties, you've allowed Anna to add like 10 more meetings a day to our world. So I just, you know, it's pretty awesome. I know I keep going rogue, you guys.
She's going rogue, but that's all right. We're just going to go all over the place.
Yeah,
here.
it just, you know,
we might go forward, backwards, all around.
Yeah. So is it me? Is
no,
it my turn?
No.
Okay.
Yeah, we're gonna alternate in that way. But okay. This is gonna be a Selena and a Paul question, right? So you get to answer again for both of you.
Yeah. I mean,
So well, the question is, how do you support each other's goals? Because I don't know if Paul's goals are the same as Selena's. So, Paul, what would you say your goals are, and how do you guys support each other in that way?
Well, now I'm retired. My main goal is just to support you, Selena. So.
I did not pay him or anything him for that answer, you guys. So. Oh, I love that. So when he's retired, he's lovingly, you know, he's gone to music school, and we have a friend in the audience, Annette, that they've collaborated and done stuff. So it's awesome to see. I can't remember what you guys did that through. And then he's also decided he went and got a licensed drone Part
107 drone license.
Yeah. So I get excited. He comes out and he's like, all right, I did this. And I'm like, yeah, rock star, right? You just got to support each other. So I think the answer to your question is our goal is just to make sure we're continuously supporting each other and communicating. Because if you don't, there's also another friend. She just celebrated 37 years. Yeah. 33. Sorry, it's going to be there. But I'm like, that's goals right there. And I love that. So you guys are closer to that number than we are. But you know what I mean? Like, yeah. I don't know. This whole conference, I've been getting to talk with so many people. Monique James is in our audience. She's like Selena. But I mean, there's a lot of people's faces that I keep seeing, and I'm so excited that they're here and to get to connect in real life and meeting new people and new friends. It's been fantastic. And then, you know, when I said to Anna, should we do our talk with our spouses? She's like, really? Are you sure? And I said, I know John can definitely pull it off. Paul, he's fine. He'll do whatever. He'll just say, okay, you know? So
Paul's pulling it off. He's doing great.
Yeah.
Great. Just want to embarrass him as much as possible while he's
I love it. His mom was like, sure, Selena, right? And so, but anyway, again, our show is the 15-ish minute coffee chat, and we have interviewed so many fabulous guests. And we talked earlier about loving marketing, but we love meeting with anybody in business. And what Anna and I realized is just because you're a website person, you're a marketing person, you're a music person, we still run a business, and there's a lot of very common things. We can talk and meet at the water cooler and complain about ourselves. But you know what I mean? We need that moment to break apart. And I've met so many fantastic, we have met so many wonderful people and just talked about business. And I encourage you to, just because you're not like, hey, I don't know who you are, I don't think that business fits my niche. No, at some point, somewhere down the line, there will be a collaboration possibility, and you just want to keep that in your pocket, right? So make those meaningful connections, because I think they're important.
Yeah, so let's talk about meaningful connections for just a minute. Yeah. I'm going to turn my question to John. I'm going to say, John, what are you doing to make meaningful connections to support your wife's business?
All right, so I packed a cape with me, and I've been zooming around this the entire conference. No, I think it's really easy. You know, if you believe in something that someone's doing, it's easy to be a pitch guy or whatever. And in addition to being like a roadie, you know, carrying bags and making sure the green room attendant, making sure the coffee's just right, I'm also a groupie. Like, I'm your biggest fan. Yeah. So it's super easy for me to talk to people and like, you need to see my wife. she's looking like a rock star in a red dress today. You won't miss her. And so, and I'm a good networker. I'm easy with talking with people. I'm confident about that sort of thing. And if you believe in something, and you're gregarious and you don't mind meeting new people, it's a really good marriage of marketing and hype guy, I guess, is how it goes. So
I want to jump in here. So me and Anna have had many moments at the house where we're co-working, and John's like ears perk up. He joins. Anna's like, oh gosh, here he comes again. But I like love when John like interrupts our like sessions.
Excuse me, Selena. I have a whiteboard that I write stuff on, and I hold it up. I'm like,
no, but I love it. And like watching John like pop in, and he's like, Anna, I just connected with 50,000 people, so you're going to get an email. He's so awesome. And last night we were hanging out with a friend at their Airbnb, and we were having a fantastic time. We were supposed to come back here for the comedy show, but John, you're so funny that I was like, we don't even need to leave. And so we did. We stayed at our friend's home until 10:15 instead of coming back at 8 like we're young, and we hobbled back. And so... yeah.
And on that note, we're getting ready to close out our time here on Parade Deck. But I just want to say, Paul, thanks for being here today. John, thank you for being here today with us. I hope if you are an entrepreneur, you're out there listening, watching this, first of all, we want to invite you to come and share your expertise on the Anna and Selena 15-ish minute coffee chat. Okay, we take about 45 minutes for all of our pre-records, so... plan for that when you are talking to us.
Be hydrated. That's all we ask.
The second thing we want to say is come and find us here at MIC. We would love to connect with you. And I'm talking all four of us. Feel free to approach Paul. He loves to chat, even if you get him one-on-one, right?
You'll say hi,
there
right?
There he goes,
yeah. So, okay, so, I mean, this is that awkward time where we're like, no, how many are entrepreneurs? I know.
Almost, I
love
think
it.
every hand in the audience almost just raised, so that's awesome.
Yeah. Do you guys love what you're doing right now? Oh, okay. How many have been an entrepreneur for like 5+ years? Nice. Okay, so who's new? Brand new? Nice. Brand new? I met these lovely ladies back there. They're pretty amazing. Are you loving what you're doing so far? Oh, awesome. What do you do? Oh, nice. Oh, my gosh. Awesome. Okay, you're going to slay it. I just know it. No, there you go. Hey, we'll talk. There's a bunch of people in here that do it, so you need to talk to some of these lovely people. But I know we're supposed to wrap up, but I just wanted to see, because I think it's important to connect as entrepreneurs and say, hey, what's your challenges? What are they? Have you experienced them? How have you got out of them? How can I get out of them? And so I think, this is where I keep saying, I love marketing so much.
So normally at this time, the Oscar music starts and I take over.
Yeah,
and I say, thank you so much for joining us today.
Yeah.
We appreciate you being here for the 15-ish minute version of the Parade Deck podcast.
I think Jamie said we can keep talking, right? Yeah, I know.
And with that, we're going to say goodbye. Thank you.
Thanks, guys. Oh, did we end? Wait, no, we ended just a little soon, huh? Did just a little soon? One more minute. You guys, joking.
We have it in time.
One more minute. Okay, so here's what I'm going to say. I'm going to give this to John. He's going to tell you the best entrepreneurial joke that you should have. You have to hand when somebody asks you, do you have a joke?
No, I don't know. I don't know any. So I'm more of a situational comic. You know, there has to be something. And right now, I don't feel super inspired.
Oh.
So.
Oh.
No, but listen, so it's what Anna and Selena were saying. If you're not networking, you're not building your brand, you're not practicing your pitch, and if you're not practicing your pitch in front of people who care about you, then you're not going to be able to do your pitch in front of people who don't care about you.
Yeah.
So that would be my one. And it's not a joke. That's not funny,
No,
Selena.
I know. It's not. And I'm going to share a secret if you haven't heard. I am actually kind of an introvert, so you would be surprised. But Anna is like the hand that I hold when I walk into spaces like this, mentally and sometimes physically. We did that this morning at a luncheon. But so it's hard, and I don't know if anybody else is introvert, so just try to push yourself a little bit, because I have met some incredible people by being like, hi, hi, you know, and there is one woman around here. She's not here. That's what I'm going to say. Apparently I met her, but I am trying so hard to remember why I'm remembering her.
Yeah.
It's going to come to me. It's going to come to me.
It
So
will
anyway,
come through.
I'm just encouraging you. Put your foot out there. Foot out, your body out,
Yeah.
yourself out. Yeah, yourself out. Yeah.
The last piece of advice we're going to leave you with is arm your supportive partners with the same information that you need to promote your business.
Yes.
And if you're able to do that, if you're able to give them the tools that they need, the elevator pitch they need, make sure they know what you do. You know, so when somebody says, "What does your spouse do?" Oh, they do
She
something
does
with
something
marketing.
no, not even that.
Something on the computer. That's another
Yeah.
favorite.
Right.
They sit at the computer all day.
Just
you
give
know?
them your pitch deck. Your spouse can hold on to it, and they can have your pitch deck, right?
Exactly.
John will write it. Just meet us there. So, all right. I think we are over. Thank you guys so much for just showing up. We appreciate you.
Now to our series, Profiles in Service, highlighting veterans and active duty members of the military who are making a difference in their communities. Tonight, we introduce you to one Marine with an Olympic dream in hopes of inspiring girls everywhere.
I love serving my country. I can't think of a better job than being a United States Marine officer.
Captain Riley T-Jack can do anything. How do you deal with adversity and challenges?
I think dealing with adversity, I want to do things that are hard. I want to be tested. I want to see where my limits are mentally, physically, and emotionally.
T-Jack did just that when she joined the Marines. Only 9% of the Corps are women.
My goal is you aren't the only woman that walks into the room where it's filled and you don't even notice anymore because you have a seat at every single table.
For now, the 26-year-old is working toward a different goal.
My dream is to be the first female Marine in the Olympics.
And will your day job interfere at all with your dream?
I'm a Marine 24/7, and that's my priority. And I'm just blessed and fortunate for the Marine Corps just backing me and being behind me through this journey. But at the same time, it's exhausting, and that's what makes it fun. If it was easy, anyone would do it.
T-Jack manages work at Quantico and intense training as a bobsled pilot.
We're going to get warmed up really fast,
including constant competitions and twice-daily workouts. Her hard work is paying off.
She's fast.
She's ranked 14th in the world. What's the best part of bobsledding?
Oh, the speed. The speed and the adrenaline. Going 90 plus miles an hour down an ice track and competing wearing Team USA across my chest.
Representing America as a competitor, a Marine, and an inspiration to young women and girls.
Good job.
Riley, what do you want your legacy to be?
I want to be remembered for how I make people feel. I don't want to be remembered for all the things that I did and the accomplishments and the medals. I want to be able to create a path big enough that multiple people can run through it and accomplish things that they never thought was possible and kind of create a roadmap to do it.
Well, Captain T-Jack hopes to make the 2026 Winter Olympics team, and if she didn't have enough going on, Riley wrote a children's book about inspiring little girls to dream big, and that is out this summer.
Semper Fi is right. Yeah. Corona khashneegi aid aya neve hobizadegi altkhanas nilga. I served during World War II as a Navajo code talker with the United States Marine Corps. I served there for a little over 2 years, stymieing the Japanese with that we had developed a code from that ancient language.
Because of the secrets the code talkers had to transmit, they were the first to hit the beach and the last to leave.
So when we got in the military, we had to talk about submarines and bombers and battleships and all these types of things for a reconnaissance plane. Well, it flies at night, it is quiet, doesn't carry any armament, and we said, well, that's a hummingbird. So in Navajo, it was Dakitien, and that's hummingbird in the Navajo language. Say you wanted to give the rank of maybe the commanding officer, who might be a captain. And so to say captain, we would use the term railroad track. And so we would say in Navajo, 2 tracks, besh na kie, 2 irons.
Probably one of the toughest, most important missions in the war.
We didn't win the war by ourselves, but we were very instrumental in the war's favorable outcome for our country. And so we consider our language to be a precious commodity today.
Oh, is this thing on? What's up, everybody? It's your
Amy Forsyth.
Now, Amy, I'm just going to tell you right now, Steve, I was so jelly of her. She had standing room. We're here live at the Military Influencer Conference in hot Atlanta. Big shout out to the MIC. Amy had standing room during her presentation. And I was just so jelly because she's got hundreds of followers and I've only got one friend. But that one friend is with VetTix. Now, I'm telling you right now, if you have not signed up for VetTix, you are doing yourself a disservice. I saw Maxwell because of y'all. I saw Jared Leto with 30 Seconds to Mars because of y'all. I mean, I'm in the lottery for Justin Timberlake concert tickets next week. So VetTix is the shiznai, and it is taking over. Steve, how is everything?
Who do I write the check to?
You know what? Just take my mic and you talk to Amy.
All right, so
I'm going to see what's another contest. I'm going to try to sign up right now.
Another contest or lottery?
Lottery! It's a contest in my head because I have to try to wager as least coins or as most coins because there's so many events. I got Yankee tickets, AEW. I mean, you've got everything. So I'm going to try to beat other people.
Yeah, and the good news is that if you don't win, you get your coins back.
But I don't win. I want to win.
All right. Well, there's ways to do that. So you had some questions.
Hey, Steve. We want to know what's the most interesting here at Military Influencer Conference.
The parade deck stage.
Top A-list today, of course.
Some of the most interesting things are running into people that I know that I've connected with online. Opportunities, events, things like that. So it's been a great forum. Meet old run into old friends or meet new friends, and it's such an open, safe space to do that because you can walk up to anybody and say hi, and there's no inhibitions, there's no judgment. Because we're all veteran service members in the community or family members, mill spouses, and it's just such a cool environment.
It is, and we're all here for really one reason, is to make an impact and connect, collaborate. I mean, those are many reasons, but we love it.
Amy, VetTix 24,911,559 tickets have been downloaded. I am still in the lottery for Justin Timberlake. I'm going to try to be 561. But Steve, how does the military influencer, the MIC, help VetTix, Parade Deck, all of these great companies, all of these great brands, how does it help enhance and amplify our voice? No, he can take the mic back, Amy. I'm trying to get these tickets.
Okay. You know, it is the community, all right, and it's the community collaboration, and it's really the exchange of ideas, organizations, missions, and things like that. And we at VetTix, we're so thrilled to be here every year because for me, it's the education, outreach, and awareness of our mission and our organization and what we do. And it's cool because a lot of people are like, "Oh, VetTix, you guys are so great," so it pumps my ego, whatever, or the ego of the organization. But again, it's other people that are learning about VetTix, and not just veterans, because there's first responders here also. So on the first tick side, there's that. But this is just the community where everybody gets together and learns more about the resources, the organizations that are here, and making new friends and relationships, and just being able to collaborate and build our community.
It's fantastic. And we have a great lineup today. You're coming up later.
Oh, listen. Come here, Joe. Joe, come here. Come here. Come here. I'm going to throw this big 6'9" former basketball player. Just come in, Joe. Oh my gosh. No, Steve, you stay right here. Oh gosh, this is my guest at 2:30 p.m. Joe Smith, say what's up to everybody.
What's up, everybody? How's everybody doing?
So at 2:30 p.m. So I got VetTix. I'm trying to get these Justin Timberlake tickets out the lottery.
Where the lottery at?
We gonna sign up for VetTix.org. That's where the lottery at.
Let's do it. Let's do it.
Joe, we gonna talk business. Amy, handle business with Steve. Joe, we gonna go get this lottery. Come on, brother.
All right. All
You
right.
too.
All
Yeah,
right.
and in a good way. It's good that he exited because my neck was looking up. It was yeah.
I know.
But
We've got
presence of greatness.
We have so many great guests coming over here to the parade deck. Such a great lineup. And on deck right now, the seating is getting filled up because we are super excited to bring up our next two guests, and it's an honor to welcome back Terrence Hayes, Deputy Assistant Secretary for Public Affairs and Press Secretary for the Biden-Harris administration, as well as a TEDx speaker with the Department of Veteran Affairs. Terrence joined the parade deck last year at MIC2024, and today Terrence will join Rico Player to discuss how the VA fosters a supportive community through various communication platforms, and people are now filling the seat. So we're going to toss it over.
Amy.
Yeah?
Marcus, go to the stage so Rico can yell at me. I'm sorry, Amy. He's going to go yell at me.
Well, we've got a great lineup for the rest of the day. We'll see Greg a little bit later. So, Steve, thank you so much for being here. Military Influencer Conference with VetTix. All right, over to you, Rico, on the stage.
Greetings and salutations. Thank you, everyone, for tuning in and being present. Like Amy laid out, Terrence was here last year, and we will front load with what she introduced, the changes in your career since we sat on this stage last year. Can you elaborate in detail on what's on your plate now?
Yeah, first of all, I'm here, so I didn't get fired. So that's a good thing. But no, now, as Amy explained, now I'm in charge of all of public affairs, internal, external, for the entire department. So very exciting time right now at VA. I have a wonderful team, throughout the country who's helping me to be able to deliver the message to our veterans, to our caregivers, to their families, and of course, survivors. So, we got a lot of things on our plate right now that we're really looking at to ensure that we're delivering that VA experience.
So for all of those young DINFOS trained, I don't even know if I can say anymore what we used to say, but those DINFOS trained men and women out there in the trenches of public affairs, hopefully this will inspire you that you can take those skills and apply them once you finish your honorable service. So Terrence, thank you for being here. And for you young hard chargers out there, stay in the grind of public affairs. There's fruit afterwards. So Terrence, what's the latest and greatest on the PACT Act?
Yeah, latest and greatest on the PAC deck is that so far we have delivered benefits to more than about 2 million individuals, 2 million veterans and survivors. So, we're doing things, but we know that there's still more work to do and survivor is receiving the benefits they've earned. On the healthcare side of the house, we've made some improvements as well. We have over 750,000 veterans who have signed up for their healthcare. So again, that's great, but we know there's thousands more out there who are eligible for health care. And then not only that, as of March 5th of this past year, part of the that authorized VA to be able to let veterans enroll in health care for the very first time without a rating. So if you are eligible because of the PAC deck and you have any of those conditions or you served in those regions because of the PAC deck, don't wait on your rating to be eligible for your care. Sign up for that care today so you can go ahead and be seen by a primary physician and get the care that you need.
Outstanding. So I remember last year, I kind of laid out there, starting on not necessarily a bummer, but the reality of the battle space.
Yes.
In that the VA is not Paw Paw's VA.
Right.
Okay?
Right.
And you said, pretty clearly that, hey, I get it. It takes time to turn the ship.
Yeah.
Is the ship turning?
The ship is turning. Is there still more work to do? Absolutely. Until, every veteran gets the care and benefits they deserve, we're going to continue working. Until every veteran has a safe and secure home, we're going to keep working. Until we get to zero on veteran suicide, we're going to keep working. So there's a lot of work that we still have to do at the department. But yes, we are definitely making waves. I'll give you an example. I was chatting with one of my friends, Jane, here, about some of the unique things that we're doing. Used to be where the VA would, slap some information on a website and hope that any of our veterans kind of find it and then contact us. That's no longer the approach. We're going to where our veterans are. We're doing what's called Vet Fest. We're going to the backyards. We're going to our facilities. We're having barbecue-style events to where we want to bring families to be a part of that inclusive environment at VA, to be able to sign them up for their benefits, to be able to, enroll them in their health care. But again, this is bringing that VA experience to our veterans, and that's where we're actually making a difference right now.
Outstanding. Meeting veterans where they are.
Absolutely, my friend. We just we've done some unique things. We went to Sturgis for the very first time.
The motorcycle.
Set up shop, had a one VA experience. Thousands of veterans were in attendance. Hundreds of them signed up for their benefits right in there. A couple of them actually left with their rating on the spot. We went to the NAACP convention. Did the same thing. We went to LULAC, was able to provide the one VA experience to our Hispanic American veterans as well. So again, we're going to where our veterans are, and that's the way we're doing business now. So again, it's making a major difference.
That's winning, Terrence.
Absolutely.
So I know when I'm out and about, I go to the DAV, the American Legion. Whenever I see those mobile VA units, I go over there and I start creating content.
Yeah.
Because the way I see it, it takes all of us on message, getting the word out there. Speaking of on message, how is social media playing into what the VA is doing to get the word out?
Yeah, I mean, again, as you know, the power of social media is major because it allows us that opportunity to have that two-way conversation. Again, the way business was done in the past, it was a one-way conversation. It was VA either talking at the veterans or their families or survivors with no feedback coming back to us. So now with the power of social media, whether that's using platforms like this, whether it's using LinkedIn, whether it's using Facebook or X and things of that nature, we're able to have those dynamic two-way conversations so we get that feedback, take it to the leadership, and we're able to make the necessary adjustments to ensure that we are delivering that VA experience that people like you and the people like in the audience actually deserve.
So, Terrence, I'm not naive enough to think that it's all rose-colored glasses and butterflies, okay?
Yeah.
So what are some of the trends that don't necessarily keep you up at night, but you're like, come on, man?
Yeah, no, again, until we get to zero on veteran suicide, that's something that is, keeping us up at night. 2 of the past 3 years, veteran suicide declined.
Okay.
So that's a good news story. But again, until it's at zero, we're not going to be, really, celebrating or anything like that. Last year, the numbers went up. And it's because of, we think, because of the pandemic had a major role in that. So again, we're looking at ways to be able to defeat this thing called veteran suicide, and that's working with our partners out there in the communities, the people who know their veterans best. We're not going to be able to solve that from DC. We're not going to be able to solve that internally in VA. We have to partner with the folks who live in these communities with our veterans. So that's what we're doing. So again, until we get to zero on that, same thing in veteran homelessness. The one great thing about our secretary is that over the past 3 years, we've been able to set goals to house veterans to ensure that every single veteran has a safe and secure home. The first year, he charged us with housing 38,000 veterans across the country. We thought that was a large number. We didn't think we were going to get it. We exceeded that. Okay. We got to 41,000 the first year. Second year, he said, you know, we're going to house another 38,000. Again, we thought it was going to be a tall task. We were able to exceed it again. Okay. This past year, he said, you know what, 38,000 not enough. We're going to do 41,000. We were able to exceed that this past year as well. We were able to house more than 43,000 veterans. This isn't temporary housing. This is permanently housing these individuals. So again, we're making waves on that front, but until we get to zero, and as you can see, we're continuing to have these goals, which means that there's still veterans out there who are facing homelessness. So until we're able to work together with our partners, whether that's on the legislative side of the house, whether that's working with, again, our partners as well in these communities, we're going to continue to work tirelessly to ensure that our veterans have a place to call home.
Now, Terrence, you've mentioned partners a few times now. As we're on the Parade Deck platform, the Parade Deck experience. So what can the Parade Deck change makers, the the Parade Deck ambassadors, what can we do to help contribute to getting the VA message out there?
Yeah, I mean, you're doing it now. I mean, you've afforded me that opportunity to join you today, Rico, and that's another opportunity for us to have that conversation, share that message to our veterans and, you know, the families and the survivors out there. So continue to please allow us that platform. But the big thing is to tell the veteran stories, to tell the family story, to tell the survivor stories. Being able to use your platform to do that, that's what's really going to make the difference. That's really what's going to, you know, inform members of Congress. That's what's going to inform those out there who are decision makers. That's what's going to help us be able to look at how we can make the necessary adjustments to ensure we're delivering on that promise for our veterans and our survivors. So continue to please use your platform to be able to tell those veteran stories, because those stories are vital. Those stories are important to ensure that everyday Americans understand the sacrifices that our veterans go through and their families, and of course our survivors, but also to ensure that we are actually making change happen.
So last year, one of the, I won't say it was a complaint, it was an observation that one of the audience members had was that, hey, you had Terrence up here and we didn't get a chance to ask him any questions. Hey. That's always risky, okay? He's my guest, I don't want him ambushed, but this man is a platinum public affairs officer, so I'm not worried about that. But I'm just throwing it out there. I have one more question for him, and then I'll go out to the audience. Fair enough? All right, I got some north-south up there. So some of the folklore in the trenches is that some of these veterans are good living in the woods. They just want to be out there Ramboing it and could care less about getting permanent housing. Are you seeing any of that?
No, again, I think, you know, there are challenges. You know, we have Vietnam War veterans who, you know, they weren't well received when they returned. So they don't necessarily trust the government. So we're trying to rebuild that relationship with our Vietnam veterans so they understand that there are resources available for them so they don't have to live on the streets. So yes, you know, again, it's a culture thing, but we're trying our best to ensure that they understand what's readily available to them.
Okay. Yeah. All right, so Jamie, here's an audible. She's over on the sidelines. You got a mic up here. Any questions, or I can continue to press?
Let's do it.
None? Oh, okay.
You know. Hello.
Yes.
Yep. So, Terrence, you know this is a setup, right?
Hey, let's go.
wait, what's
it's like an on-the-spot press conference, man.
You bet. I'm from Upper Wisconsin. In the semi-rural area, but our most rural veterans don't have cell phone towers, they don't have internet, and of course, the lower their economic picture, the less likely they are to have internet. So how are we reaching out to those veterans and those widows that we know are eligible?
Yeah, I mean, that's a great question. I mean, just because folks don't have internet access, doesn't mean that we're not connecting with them. We actually have physicians who are actually going out and making mobile calls to various individuals. I'll give you an example. We have what's called now some providers out there meeting cancer patients, where cancer patients were having to drive 4 or 5 hours to get their treatment. Well, guess what? Now we have docs who are actually going to them, to these rural areas, to meet them where they are, so they don't have to add that other stressor into the equation to ensure that we are delivering the care that they require. So again, we're trying to go to where our veterans are. We're delivering the message in various different means, whether it's electronically, whether it's paper. So again, there's various different means of us communicating with our veterans and their survivors.
Yes, and yes, I've seen this in our own communities, and it's been wonderful. But how are we translating that to the benefit side of the house?
Mm-hmm. Same thing. We're doing the same thing. Whether that's through our means of communicating virtually, whether that's our means of communicating via social media, whether that's, again, our ROs being in those communities, we're going to where our veterans are. We're partnering with our VSOs as well, who are in these communities. We're partnering with our local and state governments to ensure that we're able to deliver those messages as well. So again, we're not just using one means of communication when it comes to ensuring that our veterans and their families and survivors have access to the benefits and the care that they've deserved.
So there's a question queued up in a second. I got you. But we're entering the new fiscal year.
Yes.
Are there some initiatives or some things you can talk about that veterans can look forward to, veterans and their families, for 2025?
Yeah, we're going to turn up the heat. For many of you, I could technically, this could be my last time on the parade deck stage. So the critical thing is, as the Secretary has charged us, is that, hey, our focus remains the same. Everything we're going to do is going to be all about the veterans from here until the day that we leave the department. So every single day that we meet with the Secretary, it's all about what's best for the veteran, what's best for the survivor. So that's what we're doing, man. When it comes to, like I said, homelessness, fighting suicide, whether it's delivery of benefits with the PACT Act and other things. We're looking at ways also to ensure that our K-2 veterans have the benefits and care that they've earned, which they too are eligible for care right now. So again, we're looking at all of those various different means to ensure by the time that our job is done, that we've done everything we can humanly possible to ensure that they have what they've earned.
Hi, Mr. Hayes. Thank you so very much for your mission and your vision, and just being able to share about veteran services and the suicide initiatives that you all have for 2025. I chair a wonderful group of veteran entrepreneurs within the Atlanta Black Chambers. Yeah. And one of the things that I find with suicide is that there needs to be some type of purpose outside of self.
Absolutely.
So has anyone within the VA thought about either bringing back entrepreneurship opportunities or that type of training to expose people to not only their veteran benefits, but how they can use it outside of themselves and give back and build businesses and overall help our communities?
Yeah, we're definitely partnering with a lot of folks to ensure that we can do that. We're giving grants to various different organizations to do that as well. Because you got to remember, VA is a healthcare and benefits system. So we're not a one-stop shop system to ensure that, we employ folks and stuff like that. So what we do is we partner with other organizations to ensure that we're able to do that, which is critical. And that's why it's great that you are here, so we can have those connections to figure out ways that we can get that message out, ways we can partner, ways that you can help us be able to ensure that our veterans and their survivors are taken care of. So thanks for bringing that question up.
So one of the things that when we talk about social media and using all the tools that are out there, the emergence of artificial intelligence and contributing to the landscape of information being shared with veterans. Are there any friction points that the VA is seeing with disinformation as veterans are trying to seek, the straight scoop?
Yeah, we're looking at all of these various different things because, it's new territory for us. And we have to ensure that we're protecting veterans and survivors' information at all costs. So, but also we're using things for, AI for things as well on the healthcare side of the house to ensure that we can look at unique ways in, fighting some of these, diseases that have really done some damage on many of our folks. So again, AI, when used responsibly, is a good tool. And again, we have some clinicians who are really doing some great things in the world of AI, and we hope to talk about more of it into the future. So yeah.
So the topic du jour last year was Lejeune water.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Is that still one of those things that keeps the phone ringing at the headquarters?
Yeah, I mean, there's, again, because of the PACT Act, we're able to provide benefits and care to many of those individuals impacted by Camp Lejeune water contamination. But also, what we're educating folks on who, may have served or lived on that basis, give us a call. Let's have a conversation so you know what's readily available to you so we can help you navigate that benefits process. So again, we know there's a lot of ads out there on TV. There's a lot of, what we call claim sharks out there as well, trying to help you get your benefits, but also taking a cut of your benefits that you earned, but they didn't serve, so you shouldn't have to do that. So just be aware of what your opportunities are, and the best way to do that is to give us a call.
Do you have a scope of some of those nightmare commissions that some of these veterans could fall prey to?
Absolutely. We've seen where some of the veterans have signed contracts with some of these companies. And the unique thing about some of these companies, they're actually run by veterans too, which is crazy. So you have some veterans taking monies from veterans when you don't have to pay a veteran or anybody to get the benefits that you've earned. That's free. What we're encouraging veterans to do is this, or survivors to do, is call us. We can help you navigate the VA system free of charge, as you should. If you're uncomfortable doing that, and you may need a little of assistance, contact the Veteran Service Organization that's accredited by VA, whether that's VFW, DAV, American Legion. It could be your state as well, or your local county folks. Contact those individuals. They're trained, accredited by VA to help you free of charge. So again, those are the mechanisms that we're hoping you take advantage of because you serve this country. You should not have to pay anybody to get the benefits you've earned.
So there are several platforms where veterans can find information. Veterans and survivors, their family members.
Absolutely.
As you look at the landscape of the VA and all the tools that are out there, one thing that I find enlightening is to Talk About It Tuesday. And can you elaborate and kind of unpack Talk About It Tuesday for us?
Yes. Again, it's an opportunity for us to talk about various different things that may impact veterans and survivors. And so we bring up various different topics and, again, things that I think everyday folks may be challenged with or, things that, may be of interest that you may not have known about VA. And it gives us that platform to get that information out there. So we're looking at various different ways to be creative with how we're engaging our audience. And Talk About It Tuesday is just one of those examples we're using.
So on the VA landscape, with new things happening in 25,
yes.
Where's a majority of your energy and creative effort? Where are you going to be focused in 25?
Yeah, I mean, to be honest with you, man, I'm solely focused on this conversation with you, to be honest with you. I mean, I'm just trying to make it to tomorrow. So, I mean, I'm scared to look at my phone right now to figure out what may be brewing right now in the landscape of VA. But seriously, man, we are heavily focused on delivering on that promise to veterans, man, every single day. And that's why I'm very humbled to be able to be here at MIC. Second time being here, seeing the amazing work that the MIC team does to bring us all together so we can have these deep conversations, so we can actually impact change. That's what it's all about. In the past, this would have never happened. But again, we've seen that from the feedback from each of you. We need to be in these spaces. We need to have those difficult conversations. We need to be held accountable to you. And in order to do that, we have to be here. We need to be present. And what that's done is I've been able to chat with a lot of folks since I've been here yesterday, and I'm taking a lot of things back to the head shed to be able to share with the secretary, to share with our leadership, to share with our benefits and healthcare staff to ensure that, again, we're delivering that VA experience that they expect us to deliver, but the experience that they deserve.
So Terrence, we front loaded with your new job, and I talked
yeah.
about some of the feedback that I received last year when we were on this stage. Are there any comments that stick out in your mind from the feedback that you received from being up here last year?
Yeah, I think one of the great things was I've heard that, they were excited that we were being more transparent. And that was a direct order from the president and from my boss, the secretary, that we will be transparent. At no point will we hide anything. At no point will we lie. We're going to be held accountable. If we make a mistake, we're going to admit it. We're going to tell you how we're going to correct that situation moving forward. So that's been the direct thing. I think one of the tools that we've used is the press conference. Prior to me coming on board, prior to Secretary McDonough coming on board, we did not meet with the press on a consistent basis. Now we're doing that on a monthly basis, if not 3 or 4 times a month. Not only is the secretary meeting and holding press conferences every single month, but now our undersecretary for benefits, our undersecretary for health, our undersecretary for memorial affairs is also meeting with press as well. And we're ensuring that our local teams, our local directors are meeting with the press in their backyards, building that relationship. So again, the veterans in those backyards understand what those facilities are doing for them. So we're turning up the heat, man. This is the standard moving forward that I hope that stays regardless of who is in office or not. So, this is what you as veterans, you as families, you as survivors deserve, that transparent VA that's working directly for you.
So I was scanning the audience to make sure I didn't miss anyone who had a question, and I don't see any hands going up or north-south, so I will continue. So from last year, were there any topics or any conversation that, once you left the stage, that, I wish we had talked about that?
Yeah, that's a good one, Rico. I think, the great thing is that I had several conversations with many veterans, many families, many survivors. And one comes to mind. I actually had a meeting or a side conversation with a veterans survivor last year. And I remember that conversation because we stayed connected, and there were some things that VA needed to look into for that particular spouse, that survivor. And I took that back, and within a few days, our folks made contact with their survivor to ensure that, one, she was okay, but to ensure that she had the information and the resources and the benefits that she had earned. And I was very proud of that, because it wasn't just lip service. It wasn't just me saying, hey, you know what, here's my information, reach out. We hear that all the time, reach out, and you finally reach out and no one answers, or they ghost you or something like that, or they forget about you. I remember this individual story, took it back, and my team took it extremely seriously, and they delivered on that promise to her. So again, using these type of platforms to have those engaging conversations is critical, and I'm proud that the team stepped up and delivered for that surviving spouse.
So as I scan the folks here in the audience, and I know we're live streaming, for each and every one of the folks sitting out here, what is your call to action for them?
Yeah, my call to action, I have a couple. If you know service members who are serving right now, hey, don't have them be like me and serve for 15 years and never go to the doctor. I started to go to the doctor at year 15. And, what that does is that, one, that hurts my health. So I need to make sure I'm taking care of myself to ensure that I'm the best version of me for, my family, my team, and all those things. But also, when it comes to that back end of the career, because we all have that back end, we need that evidence, that packet built. So when you do come to us at VA, that we can easily process your claim. So we have that information readily available so you aren't getting denied. So that's critical for our service members serving right now. So I charge you with ensuring that they're doing that. I'll say this, and this is the charge that I have many of you. You may have had a bad experience at VA. Once, twice, 3, 4 times, I don't know. But what I'm asking you and what I'm begging you to do is give us another opportunity. Give us another shot. There's an easier way to get to yes now. The PAC deck affords us that easier way to get to yes. So I'm imploring you to do that. Recently, we came in contact with a Vietnam War veteran. For 40 years, this gentleman was getting denied his benefits. 40 years. He gave up. I mean, I would give up too. I would have gave up after 10 years. But he finally gave up. His wife happened to get some correspondence about the PAC Act. She didn't really understand what it was, but she knew, hey, it's something new. maybe this impacts my husband. She presented it with him and said, hey, you know what? I think you should apply. He said, no way in hell am I applying again. No way. You know, they failed me. And she said, listen, please apply one more time. I promise I'll never bring this up ever again. We can go on with our lives. He said, you know what? I'll apply. This gentleman applied within 3 days. The gentleman came back with a 100% rating, and we were able to deliver on that promise. After 40 years of denial, he finally got it. We chatted with this gentleman. You know, what he celebrated most wasn't the money that he was finally receiving. It was that someone finally heard him. You know, the things that were impacting his health weren't made up. You know, that it wasn't just in his head. That VA finally heard him, listened to him, and validated what he had done because of his service. That's what meant most to him. So I tell this story because there's people out there that you know who have been denied before. So I'm asking you to encourage them because of the new authorities that we have to give us that another shot to ensure that we can get to yes for them.
I take it you have another question?
Not so much a question as, Terrence, would you please address all the mental health services and the new Compact Act and the emergency room care and stuff?
Absolutely. Thanks for bringing the Compact Act up. If you know of any veteran who may be in the midst of a crisis, they can go to any emergency room across the country, at VA or outside of VA, free of charge, to get the immediate emergent care that they require if they're in the middle of a mental health crisis. Not many people still know about this. We've impacted more than 50,000 veterans thus far this past year who have taken advantage of this. Again, don't worry about the cost, don't worry about the back end stuff. Get them to the emergency room, the nearest emergency room, as quickly as possible. We will take care of the bill and all those great things. But the thing is, we want to save lives here, and that's what this Compact Act is helping us do. The great thing, brother, is that at the end of this month, I'll be joining David and Tamala Mann at their Mann family dinner. Okay. I'll be sitting at their dinner table to talk about mental health. I'll be able to talk to them about veteran suicide and how we're trying to prevent that. And David is a very in tune with mental health. He has 2 family members also who has served in the military as well, who are going to talk about their concerns with mental health. So I'll be able to have those conversations and share those resources in that platform as well. But again, these are unique ways that we're trying to communicate by using these various different platforms to ensure that every single veteran, no matter what you look like, where you come from, what religion that you serve, you know, who you love, you're getting the information that you need to ensure that you're getting the care and benefits you deserve.
Now, Terrence, I have to be, and I see you, all right? I have to be fully transparent. Sitting up here and, you know, live streaming, weird stuff happens. So I saw you write Compact Act and put it there. And I say, she misspelled Pact Act. And I consider myself pretty VA savvy and informed. So, I mean, if I'm considering that, that means there are other veterans out there who haven't heard about it as well, which is exactly to your point. So thank you for not abandoning ship and throwing the paper at me balled up here. Yes, ma'am.
Hello, my name is Lynn Cousins. I'm with United Way CSRA out of Augusta. And one of my big problems or questions and concerns that I have is we have a high veteran homeless population. So for those veterans in that homeless situation, how are they to get access to those services that you're talking about without having any identification because they are homeless? So a lot of them don't have any DD-214 to identify that they were veterans or anything. So when we do take them to the emergency room for those services, a lot of them get turned away immediately because they have no proof. So how do we help sort of combat that out?
Yeah, again, the bottom line is this. I mean, if they're in an emergent situation, let's get them to the hospital first. You know, worry about the paperwork and stuff on the back end. We'll be able to, you know, you can make contact with VA and we can look at various different ways. We can dig into their records to ensure that, you know, they are a veteran and they are who they say they are. If they don't have their DD-214, contact VA. We can get you the DD-214. You know, as long as they know their social security number, as long as they know their date of birth, as long as we have their full name, we can dig into those things. That's all we need is their date of birth and sometimes their full name, and we can get access to their materials. So that's the critical piece here is that every little bit of information that you have, maybe a small piece of information, but it can help us dig into who those individuals are and to ensure that we can get the information and the paperwork for them so they can get that care that they require.
Just to make sure I'm understanding your question, we're talking about the nightmare nuclear situation. A veteran in distress, you're not sure, but want to take care of them.
Yeah.
For instance, we've worked with people that know they've been in the military, have the PTSD symptoms and everything, but when it comes down to their birthday, where they've been, a lot of them don't remember.
Yeah.
They don't remember. They have no recollection.
Again, the key thing is that every little piece of information you may have that you can give to us, we can do a little bit of digging. We may have to come back to you and say, hey, we need a little bit more information because there may be several Terrence Hayeses in the system, you know, with the same birthday. So we have to obviously ask for more information. And those veterans are just going to have to work with us to help us get to that information. But again, there may be family members involved who can help us get that information also. So again, we can just work with that. But the critical piece here is let's get them the care that they need immediately and worry about the back end, or the paperwork on the back end.
Now, just out of curiosity, since you're coming up with that question, how many of these cases have you seen?
I've worked with this situation for the last 2 years, and the number of cases that we've actually worked with veterans, and we've tried to go through different families to get more information that have not sort of been forthcoming with things.
Yeah, I mean, we got to work together. We got to collectively work together. So, like your organization will work with us, we'll work with the family, we'll work with the veteran, and hopefully we can get to, where we can solve the issue and the concern there. But it's going to take a collective effort when you have those tough, challenging situations
that's
that you bring
mostly
up.
what we deal with. We have veterans, they probably did not originate from Augusta, or they may have migrated.
Right.
They don't know names. They don't remember phone numbers. They just remember they were stationed here, and that's it.
Yeah.
So when we have taken them to the emergency rooms, sometimes they have not been able to get services. So that's why I was asking, is there a way around that so they can get the medical service without the paperwork?
Yeah, again, get them the service. Let's get them the service first.
Yeah, that's the main
And then worry about the other
concern.
stuff on the back end. Yeah.
And Augusta, that's a perfect example of DC can't see everything.
Right.
That's why we need this community, working together, arm in arm, shoulder to shoulder, to make a difference in our veterans' lives. It's not your veteran or mine, it's ours.
Correct.
So,
yes.
Thank you.
Thank you. So, Terrence, again, thank you for being here. Thank you for what you're doing at the VA. And if there's I know you empowered the folks here to, hey, see something, say something, do something. For the folks that are tuned in, that are virtual, what's your challenge to them?
Challenge to them is like the challenge I've told many of these veterans and advocates here throughout the past 2 days is if you have a problem, if you have an issue, you have a suggestion, you have a way for us to be better, if you see something that we're doing great, contact me. Share that information with me. You can find me on various different platforms. I think I passed out my email address as well to many folks. Share that information. That's how we, again, improve the VA experience for our veterans and their survivors. So that's my biggest challenge, my biggest takeaway for each of you is let's continue the conversation.
Thank you. And everybody, stay tuned in to ParadeDeck.com at MIC2024 Atlanta. Hoorah.
Oh, man. Appreciate you. Motivated. Yeah.
In just a fleeting moment, a self-defense scenario can unfold, altering lives in the blink of an eye. As this message reaches your ears, consider the profound impact mere seconds can have. This is precisely why the United States Concealed Carry Association stands out as the fastest growing self-defense community in the nation. The USCCA is unwaveringly dedicated to providing top-tier self-defense education, invaluable training, and robust self-defense liability insurance. They are more than just an association. They are a sanctuary of safety and assurance. Today, over 800,000 responsible gun owners proudly call the USCCA their haven for peace of mind and preparedness. They've made the choice to be empowered, informed, and ready. Now it's your turn. Embrace the assurance, join the community, and transform seconds into a lifetime of safety with the USCCA.
And now, a special message from the VFW Washington office.
Hey Pat, have you heard this thing about claim sharks? That they keep saying that there's no pathway